Hey guys, do you want a beer? Just a little motivates, a little health.
And then with like Barney on the bus.
That's why. As a world champion and
Hello, there we go. Welcome to the UFC 315 live stream, second chance. Okay, so as always, we're going to be watching the main card. The first fight is Benoit Saint-Denis versus Kyle Propolic. Let me know your guys' thoughts in the comments. Who do you guys think is going to win? As always, powered by IT Guru Solutions, the best internet around. If you want to bet, we are betting, poker bet, link in the description. We're trying to get a subscriber goal of 5,000, so please do subscribe if you are new here and you haven't subscribed yet. And it's about to start. Let me just pin the link for you guys if you want to bet. So So the link is up there now. I'm going to pin it for you guys if you guys are betting. You got an up to 2,000 Rand bet match on your first bet, so check it out. Man on Fiorot looks really good. Former EFC fighter. I think she might actually win this. And then we've got Della Maddalena versus what's his name again? I can't remember his name. Really can't remember his name. Della Maddalena versus in the title fight. Right now. Who's that dude walking in with the glasses? There's Della Maddalena. Hard nose. It's the battle of the noses in the main event. I love how they bring a rugby ball with us. We're Australian. That must be his brother behind him. Interesting to see if there's actually still empty seats. Because apparently they were struggling to sell this event out. Probably because of the pricing. Man, Bilal fought in July. It's flown by. I thought it was much more recent. Why are you surprised that they're cheering for Jack? Alright, so all they're really doing now is they're just discussing the main event. Della Maddalena versus, I can't remember the name. What's his name again? What's his name again, Chad? Talal, what? Something like that? And Jack to win by TKO is quite a good one. Co-main event, Valentina Shevchenko. They're busy discussing her. He's walking through the crowd, old Brendan Fitzgerald, so I think the first fight's about to start. Man on Fiorot, man, she's a beast, always has been. So, Manon Fiorot, obviously 12-1, former UFC competitor, carrying a quiet confidence and determined to win gold, they say. It's going to be a tough fight for Valentina Shevchenko, and I'm a huge Valentina Shevchenko fan. I think she could give France a first ever undisputed champion. But Valentina Shevchenko is a G. Arguably beat Amanda Nunes in the first fight. She's number 1 all time on 11 of the 32 statistics, Valentina is. That's at flyweight though. First champion to get all 8 rubies as well. If you guys are new here, please subscribe. We're trying to get to 5,000 subscribers. Let me know where you guys are watching from. Let me know your predictions. Everyone claiming Dricus du Plessis versus Khamzat's happening at UFC 317, but I don't know. Is that going to be the main event? Surely not. If you can't get John Jones to fight, and Uncle Live's not fighting Pereira there, then that's the next one to go. Unless you go Islam versus Topuria, if Jack doesn't win. So the first 15 minutes of all these pay-per-views is adverts and intros before the fight actually starts. So people paying pay-per-view actually got to pay for 15 minutes of adverts at the beginning. Oh, you can watch UFC 315 in Spanish. Jusqu'y passe. French to non-French speakers, that's what it sounds like. Jusqu'y passe, jusqu'y passe. Benoit, just showing us now the preview for Benoit Saint-Denis versus Karl Propelek, excuse me. I think Benoit Saint-Denis will take this one fairly easily, should take it fairly easily. I hope the loss to Dustin didn't do much to his confidence. Shouldn't, he should have a bullet mindset. It's quite a rough start for Propelek to come back to the UFC and fight Benoit Saint-Denis, but why not, man? If you want to be champion, you got to fight everybody. Propelek, I'll get it right eventually. I love how if you're from Canada, America, Brazil, or something like that, and you do well on your local scene, then they chuck you straight back in the UFC. But when you do it out of South Africa, they're like, oh no, go to an international organization first, or go to Contender Series first, or something like that. You don't just get an automatic chance to go fight in the UFC again. Should not be a decision in this fight, I don't think. Okay, so a couple of things. Benoit Saint-Denis, for me, an absolute beast, still one of the potential top 10 contenders, even though he's pretty much top 10. Propelek, essentially making his UFC debut again, a second UFC debut. So you know how I feel about people making their first fight in the UFC. So I'm going to go Benoit Saint-Denis, probably by finish, inside 2 rounds. Chat got 100% for Benoit Saint-Denis. What are you guys thinking for this fight? Probably gonna boo the shit out of Benoit Saint-Denis. Yep. This dude always looks like he's just been in a fight before his fight. Slight black eye under his left eye. Rick Allen says this card blows, bro. Literally no good cards coming up, and International Fight Week is so lame so far. I mean, to be fair, 2 title fights. Okay, the main event with Della Maddalena and what's the guy's name again? I can't remember the name. Yeah, any fight with Bilal Muhammad is blows. I just don't like the guy. Valentina Shevchenko, Manon Fiorot. At least if you're gonna have a women's fight, you gotta have Valentina. She's a good fighter. Jose Aldo Zahabi. It's always good to see Jose Aldo. We don't know how long he's gonna be there, but yeah, they could do better there. Alexa Grasso, Natalia Silva. Not the best fight. Benoit Saint-Denis, Karl Propelek should be an entertaining fight, but yeah, I mean, there's been a lot of complaints by everybody that this card sucks. I think the problem is the UFC's got too many cards possibly. You know, it's with these fight nights in between, it makes the pay-per-views a little bit watered down, so I agree with you there. At first look, I thought, bro, they shouldn't put midget. Bro, they shouldn't put midgets like Kai Kara France at the top of cards. I can't take midgets seriously. 317 blows so far. Listen, that 125-pound division is super light as well. Let's actually go look if they've got anything new for 317. I haven't looked at it for ages because, okay, let's, they're showing me 315 again. Nothing for 317 really. Let's have a look at the card here. No, nothing. To be determined, to be determined. I think with 317, they wanted Jones versus Aspinall. They couldn't get it because John Jones doesn't want to fight him. Then they don't have the light heavyweights. Drickus versus Khamzat is out. I know Drickus said he didn't have an injury, but there has to be a reason why he's not fighting in July. I think they're waiting for Islam Makhachev versus Ilia Topuria. That's why they're waiting to see what happens with this main event, because they want to know what they're going to do there. Because I think either way, Islam Makhachev is probably headlining. But see, if Bilal gets a shit beaten out of him, and gets a shit beaten out of him here and can't make July, then what do they do? So I think they're waiting for something like that. But if they don't get Islam versus Topuria, then UFC 317 is going to suck. What do you think? Do you think they do Jones versus Aspinall? If so, when? I don't know. I'm fed up with that whole situation. I mean, someone should have been stripped of their title, but no, it should have been Jones. You're supposed to, since the beginning, they made that interim title for Aspinall. I said this, they have to unify. It's really stupid. So now you've got someone defending the undisputed title, which is Jones, but at the same time you've got someone defending the interim title, but they don't fight each other. I think the UFC knows like Jones has one fight probably left, and they want to make it a big payday, but they're not going to get him $30 million. They might do it if they do it in Saudi, but I don't know. Something's got to give sooner or later. Because now Jones, did you see Jones is doing like almost like an Ultimate Fighter type thing with Nate Diaz? I'll pop a link up here for you quickly. Check this out. Where are you going for your next vacation? I don't know, and I don't know when that's going to be. I really want to go to Asia, but okay, fight started. Damn. But one of my friends in Miami actually invited me to go to Miami, so I'm really interested in going there. I've never been to the US, so I might go to the US, to Florida. Prepelic on a Kimura, but not tight. Where's a good place to go on vacation? I actually really want to go to Croatia as well. I've been wanting to go for a while, but timing's going to be the big issue. Kind of fixed for the next couple of months over here. Although, actually, nope, never been to US, man. There's so many places in the US I want to go to. I might just go back to Cape Town in July. I'm trying to go to PFL, because PFL is gonna be in Cape Town in July, so I might do that. Not really a holiday, because I'm from Cape Town, but it's always nice to go there. I heard Croatia's cool, but I'm going to go to London and Paris, bro. Paris, I enjoyed the sights in Paris, but Paris as a city overall, I don't know, it smells funny. There's actually like a lot of bad bits about Paris, but it depends what you're going to go see and how long you're going to go for. If you're going to France, I mean, there's a lot of other places as well you can go. Depends what you want to go see, you know. If you're looking to go see like historical stuff in Europe, I would recommend Rome. You only need to do like 2 days. Rome is really fun. London, I've also never been to, so I can't really tell you about that. But Paris is cool. Like, you'll get cool photos and stuff like that in Paris. I think actually, you mentioned Paris. I might go to Paris later this year. I've got I might have some work commitments for Paris, which would be pretty cool. The building I'm supposed to be like based at is like right across the Eiffel Tower. So when you look out of the main boardroom of the building, you like literally look onto the Eiffel Tower, which will be so cool. Okay, so Anthony is on top, on his back, looking for a choke. Lot of control time. What you gonna go do in London and Paris? The cool thing, at least about Europe, okay, UK is not part of Europe anymore, but the cool thing about Europe is you're literally a train ride away from so many different places. Like, if you, Santini's under the neck, Propelik's trying to shake him off, does a good job of standing up. Santini's just gonna take him straight back down. What do you do for work, bro? You're making that much money off of this YouTube shit. So I was full-time podcasting. So I worked up until June last year. So I'm an engineer, actually. And I worked up until June last year. Then I decided I wanted to go full-time YouTube, just give it a try. And then I was enjoying it. It was going well. Making decent money. But then an opportunity came around now to go back into engineering, and a lot of new technologies, new stuff. So I was like really interested in that. Plus, I'll be honest, the full-time YouTube thing I did burn out a little bit. So when you start it like as a passion project, there's not that much pressure. To like constantly put content out, so I did feel a little bit burnt out. So I was like, you know what, let me take a break of doing it full time for a while, still do it and build it up. And I won't lie, it was super fun. But this opportunity I got now, man, to go back with all these new technologies and stuff, and new opportunities in like oil and gas and that kind of thing, I couldn't pass it up. So I'm an engineer. Santini looking to finish. 3 seconds left. Okay. I'm in civil. Well, so I have a civil engineering degree, specifically geotech. It's not very entertaining stuff, but yeah, specifically geotech. But at the moment, I'm working in geotech. I'm working in waste management. I'm working in oil and gas. There's a whole host of things. I'm working in circular economy type things, so recycling, new technologies in that. So yeah, I put together all of the financial and technical proposals and stuff like that. I'm also part of a commercial team, so I get to drive business at the same time, which I think is really cool. So in Namibia, specifically the city or the town I live in, Walvis Bay, they found like gigantic oil deposits, like huge oil deposits. There's gas, and then also there's already been uranium, so mining, that kind of stuff. So particularly in the oil and gas, there's like a lot of opportunities. I'll do a tour of Parliament buildings and stuff. Paris, I'll go to the Louvre. Yeah, okay, if you look, if you're gonna go for that kind of stuff, then Paris will be sick. But try Rome. Like, if you get a chance, or you get time, try go to Rome. Rome's, if you haven't been before, Rome is sick. Nice left hand there by Propelik. I'm gonna get his name right eventually. But we went to Rome for like 3 days, and 2 days, and I got to see like Colosseum, I got to see the Vatican, I got to see Trevi Fountain. More than that, you don't really need to see much more, but there's a lot of cool shit to see there. Oh, nice. Benoit something I think he's gonna, okay, it's an eye poke. Shit. Italy would be separate vacation. I can't do too much at once. Yeah, fair enough, dude. I'll be honest with you. When we went to France first, closer to Toulouse. I was visiting family there, and then I wanted to do Rome and Amsterdam, just like fly into Amsterdam for a day and fly out. But we didn't get a chance to do that. But when we went to Rome, man, we were walking like 25 kilometers every day. So that's with the transport. So you get these 24 hour, 48 hour, 72 hour passes. So you can take all of the, messed up the clock here. You can take all of the public transport, subways, buses, whatever. And we still did 25 Ks of walking. My wife and I. It's been a good fight so far. Propolik's got pretty tough. I mean, he's been taking these shots. I'm doing well on the ground. But I do really want to go to Croatia, man. I was going to go to Croatia for work a couple of years ago, and then to set up a distribution channel for the company I worked for. Bro, why don't you ever bring your wife/girlfriend on the stream with you, bro? Dude, she's not a UFC fan. It's 4:30 in the morning, and she's sleeping. But we've also got our daughter's also under 2, so she's got to watch her. But she's way too shy to be on stream anyway. Man, this Propolik is tough as hell. But yeah, my wife's fast asleep now. No, Propolik is getting ragdolled here. How did I meet my wife? I met her at university. Oh, head and arm triangle. I met her at university. We studied at the same university. Nice, finished there by Saint-Denis. Okay, I called it. Second round finish. We met at university, and that was 12 years ago. I was out one night. She bumped into me and started talking to me, and then we hit it off, and yeah, we've been together ever since. Nice finish. Head and arm triangle was tight. Man, someone's got a tight head and arm triangle. You can't get out. Doesn't matter what you do. Do you find it expensive to be raising kids, or got combined income with your wife? So we both are working, and it depends where you are. If you've got to put your kid in daycare, and you've got to drive far to take them to daycare, that's what we were kind of having to do in Cape Town, then yes. But if you can get someone to take care of your child at home while they do all of the cleaning and stuff at your house, then it's not as expensive. But yeah, you got to make sure you got all your shit in order before you have kids, because it can be super expensive. Just depends where you are in the world. Now they cheer for Saint-Denis. French cheap pops. But also, yeah, it depends if you got family close and stuff like that. Because also, if you want to go do stuff, Like, let's say you want to go on a date or you want to go somewhere, and your child can't go with you. If you've got to then pay someone to look after your child for that time versus having your family close, it costs a lot more, obviously, to pay somebody. Benoit Saint-Denis. Switch to English. What do you say? Oh, it brings violence. If you're so good at engineering, you should build a bridge from Cape Town to South Africa, to South America. I don't know why that hasn't been done. Why hasn't that been done? I don't know. To be honest with you, what's the distance? Distance. I think the cost would just be stupidly astronomical. 8,000 kilometers to Brazil. So let's say it's 6,500 kilometers. That'd be crazy. Plus, I think the terrain, you know, the thing is, you could maybe do like some sort of a floating bridge, but I guess there's too many different types of like wave activity there as well. Remember, you got to anchor your bridge, especially if it's got high columns. It's got to be anchored pretty deep. I just think it'd be way too expensive. The longest bridge in the world at the moment, let's see, is 165 kilometers, and that's in China, and I don't think the terrain is too bad, so no, they would never be able to do that. Let's see, what is the deepest? I think the Mariana Trench is between there, isn't it? Where's the Mariana Trench? It's 11 kilometers deep. Go on maps. Oh, the Mariana Trench is at Philippines, never mind. But yeah, imagine like you're trying to build over that and it's like 11 kilometers deep. You couldn't get a strong enough, like your column, if you had to do your column for the leg of the bridge for something that's 3 kilometers high, do you know how thick that column would have to be? Why don't you just do a bridge from South Africa to Madagascar? That would be easy. But trust me, I can't even design, I can design a basic bridge, but so bridge engineering all by itself is like very specialized. Natalia Silva ready to be the champion. That's very specialized. There's only like a few people in the world that do those big ones. Yeah, I still can't believe Alexa Grasso tapped out Valentina Shevchenko. I think it's just easier to take a boat from South Africa to Madagascar. Yeah, see, even that's like 2,000 kilometers is just too much. Do you know what the bridge would cost to build? existe opportunity. Need to be the champion of UFC. This fight better not be as boring as it's anticipated to be. Out comes Natalia Silva. Man, Natalia Silva looks completely different when she fights versus when she puts her makeup on, eh? Is your net worth over or under $1 million? No comment. I don't like to talk about money, man. $1 million what? $1 million rand or $1 million? Let's Google if my net worth's on Google. Probably not. So according to Google, my net worth, do you own any Bitcoin? No, I don't own yeah, a little bit of Bitcoin, but I own other cryptocurrencies. So I got a lot of altcoins. So in 2017, I invested in Ripple and Cardano, ADA. Those are my two main ones, and then I've also got some Ethereum that I just hold. I actually wanted to buy some more Ethereum when I was waiting for the price to drop a little bit. When it was, I think it was about 1,800 a coin, and then I was waiting for it to drop a little bit. But I see it's, what is it now? I don't own any Bitcoin because I don't think it's going to replace the money supply. So Ethereum's at $2,561, XRP 241, Cardano 82. Ethereum's yeah, damn. I was waiting for Ethereum to drop to like 1,200. I wanted to buy a couple, but I'll wait again. It will drop again. Bitcoin 104,000. I don't think Bitcoin's going to replace the money supply. So I think the technology of, the peer-to-peer transactions, that's already been redone a bunch of times since. But I think smart contracts is like level 2, and then if you look at like XRP, for example. The cheapest and quickest way to send money from the US to London right now, if you wanted to send $10 million, is to just take that money in cash and fly over and go and deposit it in the bank, where XRP costs you fractions of that. I mean, of $1, let's say, to do transactions, and it's instant. So that's why I went for XRP. It doesn't have to replace the money supply to have value. No, I know it doesn't. People will still speculate on it and trade and stuff, but I'm looking at the end goal of each coin. So that's what originally people had, why people invested in Bitcoin, was because it would be easier, faster, decentralized way to spend money, essentially. I think it will always hold value because people will trade it. I think it will always hold value because of the limited supply it's got. It's not my main focus. My main focus is more on some of the altcoins, but if you trade Bitcoin constantly, with the dips and the peaks, you can make a lot of money. You can definitely make a lot of money. If you got early and you have even a tenth of a Bitcoin or one Bitcoin, you make a lot of money one day. I'm not against Bitcoin. That's just why I don't have it. I try to look at like the technology behind the stuff first, and then just sort of have a value investment or like a long-term investment in it. I mean, the time I bought XRP, there was talk of it being adopted by like American Express in Asia and that kind of thing. So the banks and the money supply need an XRP so they can work together, because I think at the time, again, all the talk with Bitcoin was about it overtaking the money supply, or becoming the new money supply of the future. And if you try to upset the current apple cart, you're going to struggle. But there are already, and there have been for years, like since 2017, there have been places where you can draw money with your Bitcoin account, or with your crypto account. You can pay in Bitcoin. You'll be able to do it forever. So it has value for sure. All right, round one about to start. Lucky this is only 3 rounds. Here we go, round one. Nice head kick by Silver. Silver's heavy on the kicks. Hey, man. What's the engineering salary like? Are you making $500 a year over or under? Bro, I'm not talking about money, dude. That's one thing I won't talk about, man. If I have $10 net worth, or I have $10 million net worth, no one will ever know. My wife will probably only know, and me. Yeah, the salaries, especially if you own a business, can be anything. There's people making $600,000 a year. There's people making $15,000 a year. It's broad. People making even more. It's people making millions a year. If you own your own company, I had my own company as well last year, but this new opportunity, I just couldn't pass it by. But yeah, I'll never speak exact figures, sorry. Maybe one day Google, man, look how sparkling water. Look how red my eyes going. Maybe one day Google will tell you what it is. Obviously, I don't mean owning a company. I mean like a salary, like an employee. Nah, I don't know. Yeah, I think it's possible. I think it's possible to make that, especially if you're in commercial, because when you're in a commercial company, you also get commissions and stuff like that. You get profit shares. So if you're doing designs and commercial aspects, you're doing deals, then yeah, for sure you can make that. Do I make that? Maybe, maybe not. It also depends where you work in the world. You know, there's big projects, like if you go work in Saudi Arabia or in Middle East, people get that tax free too. So you remember in the US, I don't know what the tax bracket is. It obviously varies from state to state, but I think in California they're proposing like a 60% state and federal tax for the top earners. But if you're making $500,000 a year in the US, you are in the 1% of salary earners in the US. The top 1% of salary earners. I'm not talking like you say now, company owners and stuff like that. Top 1% of salary earners in the US. To be in that 1%, you make $400K a year. which is crazy because you would think it's much higher. But obviously they don't take into account business owners, they don't take into account all these hedge fund managers, politicians. Do you want to know what's something crazy? I'll tell you how much you need to earn in South Africa to be 1% in US dollars. How much do you think you need to earn monthly in South Africa? Monthly? No, let's make it annually. So let's go. To be in the top 1% in South Africa, I'm in Namibia, but similar, it's probably less in Namibia, but to be in the top 1% in South Africa, how much do you think in US dollars you need to make per year? Take a guess. It's 400,000 in the US. What do you think it is in South Africa? 5 seconds left. It's been a pretty entertaining round so far. Okay, it's not a bad guess. 92k per year and you're in top 1% in South Africa, which is mental. And it's not like things cost, I mean, some things cost less, but it's not like a lot of, like everything costs less. Okay, about to get round 2 started. Yeah, but remember that's 1%. 92k is a decent salary for most people, but that puts you in the top 1%. Obviously Africa is poor, everybody knows that. Parts of it is poor, but if you go through South Africa and any country in Africa really, there's a stack of rich people. I mean, like South Africa, for example, the first world bits of South Africa is like ultra first world, like some of the stuff you won't get anywhere in the world, and then third world is like ultra third world. There's people, I mean, the richest person in South Africa is pretty rich in the dollar scale. Obviously nothing like the US, but there's a bunch of rich people here. Trust me, there's a lot of money in South Africa. In Africa, actually, but it just gets concentrated to a small number of people. I want to tell you, silver looks so big compared to Grasso. Bro, I heard there's some shit going down in Sudan right now, civil war. Maybe you should try to sort that situation out with the engineering skills. Not that far from you. How am I gonna? That doesn't even make sense, bro. What am I gonna do with my? What am I gonna sort out, man? How am I gonna sort a civil war with my engineering skills? Or like rebuilding afterwards? I have no plans to go to South Sudan, man. I had a friend from there, but then he fled. A good reason. I'm not going to any war-torn areas. I'm good, man. Man, Alexa Grass is so flat-footed in this fight. Sure, okay. I get your humor now. Some people are serious with that stuff, dude. Some people will seriously say that it's just gauging your humor. I love how this card's two and a half fights deep. We haven't even spoken anything about the card or the fights. Now Silva's gonna beat the shit out of Grosser here. Grosser's not looking good in this fight at all. Natalia Silva just kind of running away the whole time. It's just how she fights. She runs, does one or two little shots, runs away, does 1 or 2 little shots, runs away. Oh man, she is not a fan favorite. She will never be a fan favorite with this fighting style. Natalia Silva's just trying to look busy. Ten seconds left. Ooh, nice left there by Silva. Alexa Grosser just decided the hell with this shit. I'm just gonna stand there. Even if I take punches, I'm just gonna punch. Otherwise, Silva's just gonna run away the whole time. I think Grosser's just gonna have to stand there and go for it now, because she's gonna lose this fight if she carries on like this. Cormier versus Sun, and we got Tamilo Manyamala on that card. Grosser, I think, is going to overextend and get smacked here. Nice kick there by Silva. This is Silva's type of fight. It's the type of fight she wants. Nice. Grosser needs to push the action here. I think it's a smart fight by Silva, but Jesus, boring. I think Silva's almost having a better fight, but so boring to watch. Just dancing around, waiting for something to happen. Nice counter there by Silva. 2 minutes 57 left. It's so hard to hit Silva. She's just dancing around and then moving out the way, doing enough to get a couple of shots in and moving away. Again, smart fighting style, but not as entertaining as someone that just pushes forward. But hey, that's not her style. Yeah, Grasser's not looking, it's not looking good for Grasser, yeah. Oh, what a boring style. Smart fighting, but man, boring. Nice head kick there by Silva. We'll say defensively, great fighter, but going forward, non-existent. Nice spinning wheel kick. Oh my goodness, I can't imagine how frustrating it must be to fight Silva. Right, 18 seconds left in this third round. Pretty obvious win here for Silva. At best 29-28 for Grasso's side, but yeah, that's... I think she definitely takes it. Yeah, Grasso definitely lost that fight. Probably 29-28, 30-27. 30-27. Silver. Extra range. A main event. Mark Hominick. Gee, remember that guy had his freaking hematoma on his head? Sean Brady. Even that card's not that great. UFC 316. Marab versus Sean O'Malley. Even that's not great. Like, the main event's cool, but like the rest of the card, Robert Whittaker versus RDR. That's going to be interesting. I think RDR is going to take it, to be honest with you. It's so crazy they didn't have a ratings boost after a smoking Bo Nickel. July 26th is the same day of PFL in Cape Town. Who's going to be in the Hall of Fame? "34 appearances of Pride in the UFC." Is it Shogun? Who is it? Vitor. TRT Vitor, one of the scariest people ever. I want to see what he looks like now. Yeah, those are crazy fights back in the day. These dudes were massive and he just smoked them. They called him Victor Belfort. Remember when Joe Rogan said, Victor Belfort? It's crazy how they put him in the UFC Hall of Fame even though he got busted for doping a bunch of times. But fair enough, he does deserve it. TKO's Tito Ortiz, so satisfying. And Luke Rockhold. It almost beat John Jones at light heavyweight. Yeah, that Henderson knockout was something special because Henderson never been finished in the UFC by knockout. Vito's gonna cry. Already crying. Yeah, John Jones, the arm boy almost got, man. If he finished that, it could have changed the trajectory of MMA forever. Yeah, those Pride days were crazy. It's a Belfort. Most first round finishes 13. Dude, that guy's nose, his nose is busted, eh? I thought that was Dana, but it's some other dude looks exactly like Dana. It looks like a Timu version of Dana just came and hugged him. Peter Belfort, Hall of Fame. Deserves it. Okay, up next, Jose Aldo versus Ariel Helwani. Who do you guys think is going to win? I think Jose Aldo should take this. Especially with the weight cut, not having to do the weight cut. Montreal, Quebec, Canada. Alright, I'll be right back before the fight. I don't know about Jose Aldo making a run at the world title. Out comes Ariel Helwani. What's up, Anthony? What's good? We're about to get Jose Aldo versus Ariel Helwani. So Ariel Helwani on his way out in the prep area. Who do you think's gonna win this one, Jose Aldo or Ariel Helwani? Hello. Oh, GSP's in Ariel Helwani's corner tonight. Yeah, the last fight was pretty ass. Silva just danced around for 15 minutes, hit her with counter shots, good counter shots, but wasn't really looking to engage, and Grasso couldn't get in close, so first fight was good, Santoni. I got Aldo if he throws his vintage leg kicks. I do as well. It's going to be tough for Zahabi to win this fight, especially that he cut that extra weight to try to get down to 135, and Jose Aldo missed weight by a shit ton. So then they switch it to 145. I don't know why they didn't. Did they find Aldo at all? I didn't even see. I'm so busy. I didn't even get a chance to watch the weigh-ins. No, it doesn't look like they find him. So they say he needs to use feints and fakes with high offense and put Aldo on the fence. Okay. Here comes Jose Aldo. Same entrance for all these years, man. It's crazy. Mark Hominik's in the crowd, the one that he gave the hematoma to. Active Hall of Fame. Are there any other active Hall of Famers in the UFC? I don't think so. Okay, that's interesting. It's not illegal to make you try and make the weight if you're 5 pounds over. So Jose Aldo's going to fight at 145 pounds from here on in, and that's not a good idea. Legalized cheating pretty much. You know you're not going to make 135 pounds, so you just come in super heavy and now you make the fight at 145. DC's keys to victory. You're the man. Remind them. DC. DC's keys to victory. Remember who you are. Do you remember that when you put that up? Okay, Ariel Hawani, 12 and 2, 5'8", 142 pounds. 9 and 1 when fighting in Canada. With Jacques Champion in his corner. It's impossible to boo Jose Aldo. They can't even do it in Canada. Jose Aldo Jr. So it is obviously officially Sunday. Happy Mother's Day to everybody. Here we go. And Jose Aldo definitely got kicks on his mind with that Muay Thai stance. High guard, arch slouch, sort of slouched forward. I don't like Jose Aldo's idea to go up to 145. I think he's going to get hurt. 145 pounders are just huge now. What's up, Brent? I might cry if Aldo doesn't win. My mental constitution isn't strong this early in the morning. Yeah, especially if you lose to Ariel Helwani, bro. I mean, Aldo's moving up to 145 pounds, but he looks smaller than Zahabi, who's a 135 pounder. Oh, Aldo's gonna get hurt at 145. But Aldo's got that stance, bro. He's got that stance like he's going to throw a lot of leg kicks. The problem with Aldo is, dude, every single fight there's a possibility that he gets, that could be his last fight, and he loses, and then we might all cry. Crowd chanting Zahabi, Helwani, Helwani. Aldo looks super fast though. Zahabi countering back. Zahabi looks slow, he looks soft. Zahabi's got that Nate Diaz build, that Nate Diaz stance. What was the weight issue and rehydration issue? So he was like 8 pounds over, and in Canada it's illegal to make you cut to the weight if you're more than 5 pounds over, so they have to reschedule the fight, or have to move the weight class, and that's why they moved the weight class. But Aldo, if you ask me, Aldo already knew that he wasn't going to make the weight. He's never going to make the weight again, so he didn't even try. So it's legalized cheating pretty much, because they knew, well, it's within the rules, but yeah. So they had to move it to 145 pounds. Aldo's now said he's going to move to 145 pounds in the future. And Zahabi came pretty close to making the weight. So his hydration will be way behind Jose Aldo's. I'm surprised Aldo hasn't thrown many more leg kicks. He's got this Muay Thai stance like he's going to do it. When are we making another video, Brent? Arms reach. One minute left. Jose Aldo looking a little bit tired, even though he got to rehydrate for much longer. Jose Aldo ripping those body shots. Jose Aldo, I think he probably feels strong because he doesn't look like he has much. Like he has a little bit of disdain for the shots of Zahabi. Jose Aldo breathing super heavy. Nice body shots there by Jose Aldo. Nice knee there by Zahabi. These guys are just standing and trading. Yeah, Zahabi has to push the pace. How does Prime still get sponsor UFC? Like, I don't even know. Are their sales even good or not? Fun first, Brent says. Yes, I agree with you there, my man. Who do you think won that fight though? That round, early morning brain. I think Jose Aldo probably won it, but Zahabi did seem to do a little bit more damage. So stream is 10 seconds behind. I know. I don't know why. Honestly, don't know why. I think. I don't know. I've tried everything to get it to be on time. I mean, my internet speed's fast, so I don't know why. It's not the internet. Okay, who won round one? Nice, Zahabi pushing forward. I think he needs to do that. I think Jose won the first. Yeah, I think Jose won the first, to be honest with you. Zahabi had a late flurry, but Jose definitely won the first, I think. But you never know. These judges, local fighter. Aldo now throwing much less feints. Probably trying to conserve energy. I think he is tired, honestly. What the hell was that? Oh, well, this crowd's pretty dead, eh? Man, I'm surprised Aldo's not throwing more kicks. He's relying straight on his boxing. Okay, letting the hands go a little bit more now. I'd like to see leg kicks from Aldo. He's just going body shots though. Aldo's mouth open, still breathing heavy. Zahabi's starting to push forward. I think Zahabi's going to start trying to grow into this fight now. Aldo 29 headshots, 13 to the body, 3 to the legs. Zahabi 19, 6 and 5. Brent says, didn't he move over to boxing for a bit? Yeah, a while back though. He did. So after his loss to Marab in August, he had a shoot box fight, or Shooto Brazil boxing. He won. He drew against Jeremy Stevens at Gamebred boxing, and then Esteban Espindola, and he won that fight. So 2-0-1. And then he fought Jonathan Martinez and then Mario Bautista. He did move over, but that was his last fight in boxing was in July. It was pretty much 2 years ago. Zahabi's got to push, man, because otherwise this is going to be much of the same. Yo, Brent, what do you think is next for Cameron Simon after his third loss in the UFC? And what do you want to see for Cameron Simon? Okay, I thought it was more recently. Yeah, I had to check now because I do remember he moved over, but so Aldo's claiming a nut shot. The timer hasn't stopped. Let's have a look. No, that's to the body, dude. That wasn't a nuts. Aldo's tired. If he's starting to stall like this, he's definitely tired. Nice leg kick by Zahabi. You know, I think the stream might be behind. I think DSTV streaming, which I'm watching on because I'm watching on the computer, that might be behind, might be delayed a little bit. It's been delayed up to a minute previously, so I think that could be it. Nice left by Zahabi. Aldo's tired. Oh, he's definitely tired. His nose looks pretty red as well. I still don't understand why Aldo's not kicking. He needs to throw leg kicks and get the spring out of Zahabi's step. Nice flying knee attempted by Jose. Okay, so they're saying that's Zahabi's round. I don't know. It's a close round. Could easily be 2-0 for Aldo. It could be 1-1. Depends how they score it, how biased they want to be. Alright, about to get round 3 started. Okay, round 3. Here we go. Could very well be 1-1. It could be 2-0 Aldo. Aldo, I wish he threw kicks. That inside leg kick, that outside leg kick is there for the taking every time. He's just chucking hands. Now he's throwing knees. I don't want Aldo to move up to 145. I think he's going to get smoked. I think if Aldo doesn't win this fight, he loses by decision, I think he's going to be pissed. But he's going to want to blame. It could be 1-1. So when Zahabi circles to the right after his punches, I'd like to see Aldo throw a head kick, because he's circling down into that direction. Nice knee there by Aldo. Zahabi's growing into this fight. He could very well take it. If he wins this round, he could steal it. Nice, right there. He's hurt him. Nice knee. Oh, nice kick to the head. Oh, wow, he's recovered. What a combination. Oh, no, he hasn't recovered. Nice knee to the head there by Aldo. Dude, Zahabi's tough to be able to take that. Dropped him twice, dude. Hit him with a right hook, then a knee, then kicked him in the head. Kneed him again. So Zahabi seems to have recovered though. Aldo's going to look for a spinning attack. You can see he's telegraphing way too much. Dude, how sick was that combination? That whole sequence. What are you doing, Aldo? Aldo looked up at the clock like, dude, this guy must be buggered. No, Aldo is very tired. Nah, Aldo's going to lose this round if he carries on like this. He could get finished. He is exhausted. Now Aldo goes for a takedown. Oh no, dude. If you're tired, that is not the best thing to do. Zahabi just swings past his guard like it was nothing. That was a big mistake by Aldo. But the damage though, the damage he did there. Yeah, Aldo's just going to hold him in his guard, I think. He keeps looking up at that clock. How are you this exhausted and you had all that extra time to hydrate? Dude, this fight is crazy, man. From being about to finish Zahabi to now look like he might get finished yourself. What is going on with Aldo? I don't want to be that dude, but I don't know if Aldo should continue fighting. He's 38 years old. Nice elbows there by Zahabi. He could finish it inside Aldo's guard here, but he has to go for it. He's got a minute 30 left. Now he's got a body triangle, and yeah, he's just trying to survive here. Thing is, if he takes too many more of these shots, it could swing the round in Zahabi's favor, because I don't know if Aldo did enough for a 10-8. I mean, he did drop him twice, so technically it could have been a 10-8, but now he's getting smacked. Don't grab the gloves, Aldo. I don't want to hear any talk of a title if Aldo wins this. I don't want to hear, oh man, he's got a huge mouse under his eye. So Zahabi needs to go for a finish here. Aldo's out. Cardio-wise, he needs to go for it, just go for it. Just rain punches down. Zahabi looks tired too, but he needs to just rain punches and elbows. Problem is just way too tired. You got 15 seconds, Zahabi. I don't know how they score this round. Honestly, it's a 9-9 round because although it was 10-8 and then it flipped in the last second. Could Zahabi have done enough to win this? He could have won that second round. I don't know. I don't know who won that third round. Aldo dropped him twice. Zahabi did stupid damage. Look at their faces, bro. I think it could be a draw. 2-0 after round 2, and then maybe a 10-8 to Zahabi. It could be a draw. Aldo like messed it up trying to go for a takedown. Find it into the fight though. I don't know who won that fight. Who won that fight? I think he could have won that fight. Aldo won also first 2. Kak funny. Never seen that happen in a fight. Man was hit with a stamina debuff. Dude, his stamina was bad after the end of round 1 already. How do you go from looking like you're about to finish somebody to, man, back and forth, like you're about to get finished at the end? Well, listen, Brent, while we wait, man, what's your thoughts on Cameron Simon? What's next for the guy? Sliced his forward open with that elbow. And that mouse under his left eye just kept growing and growing and growing. This could be a draw, eh? Don't be surprised. I mean, this could go either way. I think Aldo won the first 2, but I mean, how did they score that third round? And if they gave Zahabi a round in the middle there and the third round, then (29-28) should be Aldo. Zahabi won that. Wow. So they gave him the second round and the third. Bro, I don't know. I really want Cam to keep fighting. Either he should move down or stay in the UFC, or move to Risen probably for a year or 2, get bigger and come back. Yeah, I'd like to see him move down to 125. I just don't know if he can make the weight. Honestly, I think 125 is obviously better for him. I think it's a less stacked division. I think taking time off wouldn't do anything for him at 135. Because to fight somewhere else, you run the risk of, that option's always there. But you run the risk of maybe losing somewhere else, and then your road to the UFC is a long, long road back. Just don't want him to come back to fight in South Africa. It'd be cool for the South African promotions and stuff, but can you imagine owning Versus and having to fight in EFC? Imagine he fights in Versus, dude. I think the weight cut for Cam will be hard, but maybe. Yeah, listen, the guys at 135 pounds, dude, they cut from crazy weights. Crazy, crazy weights. Okay, so Zahabi calling for a Cheetah Vera fight. Yeah, I feel for Cameron, man, because he had some issues to overcome before this last fight. Really took his time coming back. It was over so quickly, dude, but that Wellmaker is a machine with his power. I always keep Brandon Moreno. He was cut and came back to be the champ at 125. Yeah, listen, it's possible. The problem for South Africa is, if Cam was American, Brazilian, or anything else, that would be a possibility. But the fact that they don't take people like Mark Hume straight away, I just want to hear, maybe he's retiring. I think he's retired. I think Aldo's retiring. Yeah, he's talking about his family. I think he's retiring. Yeah, he's retiring. Damn. He said he wanted to fight for the title before this fight. Okay, I'm happy about that decision. I also don't think he's got it anymore, unfortunately. Man, Jose Aldo retires. So just back to that point, Brent, I think the fact that they don't take people like Faiz Jacobs, the fact that they don't take people like, well, we'll see with Willie van Rooyen and Terence Palelo, that they don't take them directly into the UFC. Mark Hume and these types of guys, if they were American or Brazilian or anything else, they would have been straight into the UFC. So 10-9 for rounds 2 and 3 for Zahabi across the board. Okay. I'm not mad at that. But the fact that they haven't taken them straight away and they have to go through alternative routes and still aren't in the UFC. I mean, okay, Mark Hume lost on tough, but I think it would be really difficult for Cameron to take that road. It will take him very, very long. Ian Machado, Gary. Yeah, the memes are going to be out for that one. So yeah, I don't know what he does next. I would try to stay in the UFC. If he loses again, you know, he technically has nothing to lose. Obviously, he doesn't want to get cut from the UFC. But I think if he were to leave, which he won't do, if he were to leave and try to take that route, it would take way too long to come back. I need to start making some UFC documentaries, similar to the one about the only man to beat Trickus. I need to start making more of those. I wonder if like your Terence Palelos, your Faiz Jacobs and these guys would get a chance to go fight at PFL, or if they'd wait and see if they can get a shot to go to the UFC. Manon Furo, former EFC competitor. Man, she has a 0.21 percentage on the bottom. That's ridiculous. Think about Cameron Simon as well, cutting to 125 pounds. I mean, I don't know what that's going to do to his chin being that trained. Usually people go up and then they've got a much stronger chin, but at a higher weight class. But I think if he fought 145, he'd be way too small. Okay, so Jose Aldo retires. That's unexpected, but I must say I'm happy for him that he's made that decision. without taking further damage and trying to push for past glories. Manon Fiorot. It's crazy she's the favorite. Manon Fiorot's got the same manager as Khamzat Chimaev. Manon Fiorot is 35. Damn, okay. Now or never. My daughter's awake watching the fights with me. I'm gonna sign out the stream, bro. Enjoy. I'll chat to you later. Happy Mother's Day to the wife and enjoy the day with the family. Thanks, man. Enjoy. Happy Mother's Day to you too. Enjoy watching the fights with your daughter. We'll chat soon, dude. We gotta make some videos, man. We gotta make some videos soon, even if I gotta produce it from this side. And we gotta get those ideas out, man. We gotta get them, make them a reality. Maybe I'll see you at PFL, dude. Maybe we're gonna hit up a media day there. A couple of media days. Trying to make it happen. Valentina Shevchenko is still a beast. So although the momentum's with Manon Fiorot, this is gonna be a good fight. Okay, looks like they sold most of the remaining tickets. A couple of empty seats still though. I'd like to see Manon Fiorot win this title because she was in the EFC, but It's going to be a tough task. I think it's going to be a pretty good Muay Thai style battle, stand-up battle. In comes Valentina Shevchenko. Getting booed and cheered. There's 5 Kyrgyzstani fighters in UFC history. I was going to say, who are the other 4 right now? Korean John says Valentina Shevchenko is on the Mount Rushmore of women's MMA next to Amanda Nunes, Cyborg, and Ronda Rousey. Who will be the featherweight queen? Valentina or Manon Fiorot? Flyweight queen. Doing whatever it takes to get Islam versus Topuria. Excuse me. Manon Fiorot looks pretty nervous. (12-1), 5'7", 125 pounds, 6-0 as a favorite. -130 favorite, Manon Fiorot. Valentina Shevchenko, 24, 4-1, 5'5", 124 pounds, +110 underdog, 3-0 as a UFC underdog. Something's got to give. Man, Manon Fiorot looks huge. I could never corner my partner fighting. Here we go. Manon Fiorot coming out southpaw, Valentina also southpaw. Both coming out southpaw. I think the speed advantage will probably be with Shevchenko, but the power will be with Fiorot. Ooh, nice right there by Valentina. You could hear that. I don't expect much grappling in this matchup. Nice counter right there by Shevchenko. So Manon's throwing a lot of inside leg kicks and getting countered with that nice right by Valentina. Nice kick there by Fiorot. Manon's nose bleeding now. It's bleeding profusely though. That counter right hook by Valentina's got a lot of success. Manon Fiorot's older than Shevchenko, so she's not a young fighter. I guess young in the sense of title shots and that kind of thing, but she's not young. Oop, on the nose. Nice right hook there by Shevchenko. Nice. Valentina catches the kick, takes it down. Let's see if Manon Fiorot can get up from here. What kind of bottom game she's got. So she's surrendered more bottom time right now, right here, than in all 7 of her previous fights in the UFC. Manon's nose seems like it's not bleeding that much anymore. Seems to have stopped. Okay, 10 seconds left now. Manon throws some shots from the bottom, but little elbows to the hip don't really do anything. Okay, end of round 1, I give that, definitely give that to Shevchenko. See what her corner says. Okay, the nose looks like it's recovered. Okay, they told Manon she lost the first. I mean, that's pretty obvious. At least they're honest with her. The cutman just stuck an earbud up her nose. Her nose was not bleeding, and now it's bleeding again after he stuck an earbud up her nose. Idiot. He's made it worse. Translation, please. Okay, here we go, round 2. It must be so annoying. It's like a runny nose. See, Manon now staying a lot more at distance. She doesn't want to get hit with that right. Okay, Manon's shooting for a takedown now. Shevchenko's a lot faster. She looks like she's strong enough to handle the power. Doing a good job of stuffing the takedown so far. Okay, so DC clarifying about her being a young fighter, young experience-wise, not young in age. Nice takedown there by Shevchenko. Nice reversal there by Manon. Using her butterfly sweep. Valentina's still finding a home for that lead right. Oh, they're both really going for takedowns here. Valentina Shevchenko is just such a smart fighter, man. She's used her game plan perfectly so far. Nice. Manon shooting for a takedown. Valentina defending well. Manon sweeping around to try it on the back. So Manon Fiorot still on her back, knees to the butt. Nice elbow attempted by Manon. Nice duck under there by Manon. Shoots for takedown. Valentina doing a great job of defending. Okay, there Manon Fiorot has now completed the takedown. Sweeping over the legs. Should probably look for a Dagestani handcuff around the back. I think Manon Fiorot wins this round. 1-1. Heading into round 3. Oh, no, illegal shot. That was an illegal knee to the head. Valentina not complaining though. Huge illegal shot to the head. She blocked it, yeah, but it doesn't matter. It's still an illegal shot. One, heading into round 3. Okay, telling Manon to be careful with those knees. All right, 1-1, heading into round 3. Nice leg kick there by Valentina to the shin. That's already welting. Almost hit with that head kick. Did Manon. Nice knee and elbow by Manon. She's missing with those knees though. Manon looks like she's tiring a little bit. And the odds have shifted in Shevchenko's favor slightly. Actually, no. Still Fiorot, it's pretty even. Crowd starting to boo as they grapple up against the cage. Nice spinning attack there. Spinning backwards there by Shevchenko. Fiorot shoots for a takedown, it's getting stuffed. Shevchenko gives up her back. Manon trying to take this round by butt strikes, knees to the butt. Shevchenko grabbing the fence. Okay, Valentina turning into Manon now. Looking for a modified Muay Thai clinch. I feel like a ninja choke is on there for her, but a bit high risk, I guess. 10 seconds left. Okay, I give that one to Manon. I will be right back. Valentina's corner is pretty truthful with her. She keeps giving away these little clinch moments, and they can give the fight to Manon after that, or because of that. Okay, into the championship rounds we go. I feel like Burns versus Morales is almost a better main event than this one. Anytime Bilal's in there. I think Manon's up 2-1. Valentina going back to that lead right hook. Oh, nice wheel kick there by Valentina. Timed it perfectly. Scott Fontana says 10 rounds, Shevchenko, 10-9 Shevchenko in round 3. I don't believe that, no. 29-28 Fiorot for me, yeah. Clash of heads. Valentina looking like she wants to start shooting. Nice spinning kick to the body. Valentina's gonna watch a knee there. There's a nice knee to the body by Manon. This looks like it's a grueling fight though. Nice takedown there by Shevchenko. Beautiful. Stuffed the head while she went for a single. Nice, okay, so Manon's up, reverses the clinch position. That was a shot to the crotch. Nice knee there by Manon. looks tired-ish. She looks sluggish. Nice, right there. Drops her. Shevchenko drops Manon. Nice shot. Ooh, saved by the bell. Manon looked like she's about to lose. Okay, so Valentina, I had her winning that round, but definitely wins that round now. Talk about being saved by the bell. Wow. It was that right hand again. There we go. Smacked her with that right, hit her with a follow-up. And you could see Manon grimace as more shots were coming in, and she had no defense there. Man, that's like the most saved by the bell you could get. Telling Manon she's tired. No, I think Manon's tired. 2-2 heading into round 5. Valentina Shevchenko is such a good fighter, so smart. She's made so many different adjustments in this fight. I mean, this could go either way. The winner of this round wins the fight. I think Manon might still be hurt. Manon looking to clinch, which I think is smart. She's had the most success there. Okay, they separate now. Crowd chanting for Valentina. Nice counter left there by Shevchenko. Valentina's just waiting to counter. Her timing's been really good. Valentina shoots, changes levels. Stuffed by Manon. I'd like to see Valentina throw like a lead uppercut as Manon shoots in. Oh, nice spinning back fist there by Valentina. Valentina needs to really throw a lead uppercut. I think she can catch her. Nice Superman punch there by Valentina. Valentina's definitely the better fighter. It's just Manon's so tough. They both landed 50 significant strikes. Valentina 50 out of 131, Manon 50 out of 138. Okay, not much time to go here. Man, these counter rights by Valentina. Nice combination there by Manon. Okay, and I'm getting towards the back now. 50 seconds left. So Manon threw a head kick on the dismount, or the disengage, excuse me, and Shevchenko threw a punch and they both just missed. Valentina's, okay, Ferrero looks really tired. Valentina is still trying to find that right hook. Nice there by Fiero. It's a really hard round to score. I mean, damage-wise, probably towards, I think, Shevchenko, nice spinning back fist. Control time, Manon, but not really much damage. The end of the fight. It's really hard to score. I think on the balance of things, I'd give it to Shevchenko. 48, 47, 47, 46, no? 48, 47, but could be a split decision. Close fight. But I think Valentina takes it, to be honest with you. I think they probably have a rematch. Tough fight to score. 2-2 heading in round 5. Round 5 I'll probably give it to Shevchenko for damage. Manon did control more. She did control much more. It'll be interesting. Might be a split decision. $48-47 should be Shevchenko. And still, yes, good decision. Nine defenses, right? 9 title wins, let's say. Manon Ferro's not young, DC. Okay, let's get your votes in, guys. Who's winning? Bilal Muhammad, Jack Della Maddalena. There's another Mission Impossible coming. So crazy that Paige Van Zandt's doing power slap now. Surely there's other ways to make money. Bilal Muhammad, Sean Brady, Shafkat Rahmanov, Leon Edwards, Kamaru Usman still ranked 4th. Jack Della Maddalena ranked 5th. Kamaru Usman still 4th, that's mental. He hasn't fought in welterweight forever. Bilal always looks so wide when he talks. He talks with his eyes like this. She can't get excited for Bilal Muhammad fight. I don't know. He smacks himself in the face with his belt when he puts it on his shoulder. Jack Della Maddalena coming out to TNT. Surprised Craig Jones is allowed in Canada. This is unfortunate because we need Bilal Muhammad to win so that we can get Ilia Topuria versus Islam Makhachev, but I want Jack Della Maddalena to win. Ian Gary's wife has not taken her eyes off Jack Della Maddalena. Guys, I reckon Bilal wins. Somehow I think Bilal's gonna come up with some weird music. Masri? This is an Egyptian song. Palestinian, that's what it says in there, Palestinian. Getting booed. Wait, what happened to the gold gloves? Where are the gold gloves for this fight? Bilal looks nervous, eh? His legs look like they wobbled a little bit there when he was dancing in the prep area. Damn, GSP went from corner to front row seat quick. Bilal doesn't have a knockdown. He got a TKO victory though. Dude, Ian Machado-Gary's wife is doing way too much there. I think she thinks the cameras are on her all the time. To win by decision, minus 105. The rest are not favorable bets. Bilal, remember the decision, Muhammad. Up to gold gloves. These movie adverts mentioned by Bruce Buffer, it's so lame. Okay, now it looks like the stadium's full, the arena. Have fun watching this 5-round decision, bro. Yep. I think it's gonna go that way. Unless Bilal gets finished. I already got tired watching Bilal's entrance. So is Bilal fighting out of the US or out of Palestine? Because he's got a Palestinian flag, but then fighting out of Chicago, Illinois. Okay. Here comes a 5-round decision, eh? Yeah, it's a bittersweet, Rick, it's a bittersweet fight because you want Jack to win, but if he wins, then we don't get to see Islam versus Taporia, so there are no winners and no losers for us in this fight. It's kind of just like, we lose either way. We're actually there's just losing in this fight. Because either Bilal wins, or we don't see Ilya versus Islam. Jack's getting some good success early with the strikes. I think Bilal's cocky and delusional enough to keep standing with him. So let's see. If he does, I hope he gets knocked out. Oh no, but he can't get knocked out because we don't see Islam versus Ilya. Nice right by Bilal. Nice right by Bilal. Bilal's hands don't look too bad, I'll be honest with you. Nice head kick to a left there by Jack. Nice right hand there by Jack. I think Bilal's gonna shoot soon. It's not good enough to stand with Jack here. Nice feint there by JDM. I think we see Bilal shoot here. Yeah, Bilal shoots. Stuffed by Jack. Nice punches on the exit there by Bilal. Nice head kick attempt there by Bilal. Bilal shooting for another takedown. Doesn't get it. The crowd shouting boring. Nice, right there by JDM. You gotta give it to Bilal though. He's staying standing. He's not doing badly. But even when he switches up his style and even when he tries to do stuff like this, it's still probably gonna be a decision. Okay, end of round 1. Customary yawn during a Bilal fight. This one hasn't been so bad. Hard round to score, I don't know. I'll probably give that to Jack, I don't know. Nice, right there by JDM. Starting to get feel the effects of this early morning. Bilal going for a takedown. Jack doing a good job of stuffing it. He must be careful to keep his back up here. Bilal gonna go for a single leg. Bilal hits him nicely in the clinch though, even though he didn't get the takedown. That switch is such a Craig Jones thing to do. He loves hitting those switches. Oh, nice right there by Bilal. So Bilal went for a spinning back fist, missed, and Jack just like did the most sloppy spinning back fist in return to mock him. Yeah, end of round 2. I don't know. I give that to Jack, maybe. Could be 2-0 for Jack. Could be 1-1. Eyes are starting to feel heavy in this fight. It's not been a bad fight though. Nice body shot there by Jack. Bilal's trying to beat him in his own game, it's not working. 2 minutes 27 left, and then round 3. Nice right by Bilal. Bilal's even more of a favorite now. It doesn't make sense. He has not been winning this fight. Nice right there by Jack. Nice left there by Jack Maddalena, but to be honest with you, Bilal's got a good chin. Bilal's been eating these shots. Oh, nice elbow there by Bilal as he shoots for a takedown. See, now Bilal goes back to the fighting style that he's supposed to be fighting. He's having a lot more success. Man, Jack shooting for a takedown now. Takes Bilal down almost. Bilal with some nice elbows in around 3. Super tough round to score. I don't know who won that round, but a good flurry at the end. I hope we get more of that in rounds 4 and 5, because that's going to be interesting then to see what happens. I'll be right back. Give me a second. Okay, into the championship rounds we go. Two 2-1 to Jack, I think maybe 3-0 to Jack, but no, but 2-1 probably. Jack Della Maddalena is so hard to hit. Man, Bilal's got a chin. He's taking shot after shot after shot. Memes aside, Bilal's a good fighter. Bilal's got a good chin. He's actually surprised me with his stand-up, but he's getting pieced apart here. But I think if he can get some takedowns, he could still win this fight, but Bilal's just so unlikable. That's why the memes come through. Okay, we're in round 3. Let's edit this time real quick. Yeah, I took a time off. Man, Bilal's playing right into the JDM's game plan, yeah. Nice rights there by Bilal. Now he's going for a takedown. That's better. Bilal's taking some shots, but so is Jack. Can definitely, okay, now Bilal gets the back. You can definitely see the improvements in JDM's ground game since working with Craig Jones. Nice knee by Bilal. Now Bilal's leaning on him. JDM gets his underhook. Nice, swings it around, nice. JDM pressing him up against the cage now. But I'm doing a good job. He can't get his takedowns. So now he has to keep standing with him. As I said, he hits him with a nice right, Bilal does. Nice head kick there by Bilal. Jack doesn't seem phased. This guy's got crazy chins. Yeah, Bilal looks pretty tired. His mouth's starting to open now. Man, great stuff there by Jack. Seconds left in round 4. Bilal getting nice shots up in the clinch. Bilal's not able to get a takedown still. Nice shot there by Jack. It's actually been a pretty entertaining fight, I won't lie. The shots just aren't landing clean, and none of them are real big shots. Jack could very well be 4 rounds up. Could be 3 rounds to 1 up. It could be 2-2, but I think it's 3-1 Jack. Australians. Oh, there's Jay Cutler in the background. That's interesting. Wonder what he's doing in Canada. I think it's 3 rounds to 1 for Jack, honestly. It could be 2-2. Could be 4-0, I don't know. The winner of this round could very well win the fight. Man, Jack's lighting him up on the feet now. Bilal can't take him down, so there goes his whole game plan. Nice knee there by Jack. Nice, Bilal got a nice right hand. Now Bilal pretty much gets a takedown. Now he gets him down. Bilal just gonna lay and pray. Nice elbows by Bilal. Nice, there, Jack gets up. Well done. Thank goodness. I wasn't in the mood for a 4 minutes of lay and pray. Nice elbow there by Jack. Did hurt Bilal because he did nice left there by Jack. Nice left again, nice. Jack's gonna try to finish him here. Nice shots by Jack. He can finish. He's hurt Bilal. Nice right there. He's smacking him with a whole bunch of different shots. But now he clinched though. He shouldn't have clinched there. He's having success. Now he saves him by clinching. He should not have clinched there. Bilal looked hurt. No man. Why are you going for a takedown, Jack? Bilal's on top. What is Jack Della Maddalena doing? Going for a leg. Gets up. Looks like Bilal might take him back down. No man. Nice knee there by Jack. Yeah, JDM's done a whole lot more damage here. Bilal took him down twice, but still didn't do much damage. Bilal looks tired. Oh, Jack's looking to finish. Okay, no, he's not. Jack let him off the hook there. 15 seconds. Jack is piecing Bilal apart. Bilal about to lose the title. We will not see Islam versus Tapore. We will see Islam versus JDM. And I think we have a new champion. JDM just won. Bilal raising his hands. That's hilarious. JDM will be the new champion, besides an absolute robbery on the scorecards. How did they score that? 2 takedowns versus a lot more damage. I think JDM won that fight. 4 rounds to 1, possibly all 5. 49-46 JDM should be. At least. Lovely knee there by JDM. There's a couple of good scrambles. Bilal Muhammad did get him down twice, didn't do much damage. Jack Della Maddalena did a good job of getting back up. But he just smacked him with shots. 4-1 JDM, possibly 5-0. It should be JDM winning this. Forty-eight, 47, 48, 47, 49, 46 should be Jack and you, surely. I don't know why Bilal looks surprised. Okay, so now we're getting JDM versus Islam. Don't know who Tapuri is going to fight then. Charles Oliveira or what? Well deserved. Don't know why Bilal looks so surprised. Should have been 4 rounds to 1. It's not a classic DC. Nope. TC. TC. Okay, so they all but confirm Islam Makhachev's going to be fighting JDM for the title. I don't think it's going to be, when's July? Okay, there's still 2 months, maybe. Maybe, but Taporia now, who's he fighting? Hey guys, that concludes UFC 315 stream. I'm super tired. Got some Mother's Day activities happening later today, so I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. We predicted a 5-round or decision in the main event, actually ended up happening. Catch you guys for EFC first, EFC 124, and then we will be streaming UFC 316 afterwards. So catch you guys for that. Thank you for joining.